One, two, two. Okay. All right. We're now in part four. This was a bit of a surprise having part four, but we had a problem with the other stream. And now we've got Kate Sikio in 2 minutes, according to my clock, but whenever she wants to start in New York City. So let's switch over to her stream and see what happens. Feedback there. Hello? We seem to have lost Kate. Um, yeah, okay. We lost Kate from the hangout. Just trying to get her back. I'm just setting that. Yeah.
Hey, 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 hey. Well, thank you. Got a little choppy at last. But cheers from Quintana Roo, Mexico. And it's a lot of hot heat in here. And thanks a lot. It's Chaos Box and this tricky stuff. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Access Space. Cheers.
Thank you. That was really nice. Yay! So now it's 4 in the morning. And what next? So yeah, we haven't got anything until 5. It's like an hour away. So does anyone here want to do anything for an hour?
Oh, yeah. Does everyone want to go in for an hour? Oh, we have to go. Oh, we'll do it for an hour.
They'd have to do an hour until 5 o'clock. Hang on. Try it.
Yeah, well,
Okay. We're not quite sure what we're doing now.
this is our man.
Right.
And we got the grand finale from. We got the grand finale from.
One.
Yeah.
Well, here we are on Access Space. My name's Jake Harris. I'm the creative producer here, and Alex has done a fantastic job of getting stuff together this evening. Well, for the last 24 hours. We're all really tired, but people have started coming back in again at about 3:30 this morning. So we've got more people here than we had at 3, so, or 2:30. So we've got an hour free, so we're going to start off, I think, by talking. Alex and I are going to have a quick chat about Access Space.
All right then. Yeah, we've said quite a lot about Access Space. So
not for about 12 hours.
No. What else is there?
So hi, the Americas. It's your your chance to learn about Access Space.
Yeah.
Okay, well, actually, if we get the webcam, I can just give it a quick scoot round the place and just
Yeah,
kind of show
okay.
people.
So, yeah, this is Access Space where we are right now, which is in Sheffield, near the train station. So, we have Richard Bolam in the corner, he's always there. But not today. So, yeah.
Access Space is a media lab. It's a media lab, and you can see all these computers on the desktops here. They're all for the use of the public, and they can use them for free. And what's different about this compared with other media labs is that they're all made out of junk computers, and we get donated about at least 500 computers a year, and peripherals and flat screens and scanners and all the rest of it. And we've got loads of broken printers, and so we get volunteers learn to build computers, and they create computers for the public to use. And while they're doing that, they're actually learning quite a lot. So.
Oh, yeah.
Alex and I once did the free software song in a public place. In software.
Oh, yeah, we've
If we can extend them,
Well,
yeah.
Well, as you can probably see on the walls, also we have paintings, and this is an exhibition by Annie Mays, who's she lives in Sheffield, but originally her parents are from Kerala in southern India, and she grew up in Singapore. So what's very interesting about some of the, let's have a look at one particular one. If you look at the dancing figures here, I don't know how well you can see that. This one. It's kind of really similar to quite a famous Chagall painting. But in her paintings, none of the figures are Western. They don't have this sort of formal quality to them. So she's got some lovely paintings here. Some of them are made with real plants, and she's influenced by a lot of Indian art. And that one over there, which is like the people running up the hill. In Sheffield, there's in South Yorkshire, there's a sport called fell running, where you run through lots of mud and over mountains, and this is to celebrate this kind of activity. It's the kind of activity she really loves. So.
Yes, what else can we find? There's a kitchen there. Very important. We drink a lot of tea in this country. Look there. There's someone there with some tea. And over there, through that door, is the refab lab where there's a lot of advanced digital manufacturer facilities like laser cutters and CNC machines. But all of these machines run off free software, Linux.
And I mean, the total cost of all the technology that we get the public to use is probably around zero. I mean, none of these machines have much value now because they're so old, but of course they run free software perfectly well. So this is part of the economic model of Access Space, is repurposing computers away from proprietary software and upgrade cycles and showing people that they can use computers, repurpose old computers, put Linux on them, put free software on, and be empowered, because you're not stuck in a cycle where you have to buy more and more, well, licenses, particularly like from Microsoft or Adobe or whatever.
Fantastic. Jesus.
Yeah.
We also have a vortex on the wall. There it is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Should we do the recycling one first? Yeah. Okay. That sounds good.
Right, so we're going to try and run some explanatory videos now.
Why do they do that, James? Might be a cooker. What depends what you're looking for.
We're going to be showing, or attempting to show, a video made by Richard Bolam, who you saw earlier, and it's a time-lapse film of one of our recycle days when we have all the donated junk technology, and it's all processed by our volunteers. And sometimes we have like mega weekends where this all happens, and this is a document which shows what happens. So it's 2 days in 2 minutes, and
Yeah. Hello, world. Hello, everyone. This is Richard Bolam. I'm here at Access Space. I had a passed out for a moment. But now I'm back, and I'm the freshest one in the room. Now, what we're about to do, what we're attempting to do, is to. Unfortunately, you can't stream videos through Google Hangout on air. So we're attempting to do something. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Is this live?
Yeah.
Right, okay, so I'm going to attempt to improve this image for you. If there's anybody watching this, what we're going to try and do is show you um, some of the sort of behind the scenes stuff that's been done here at Access Space. I've made a number of time-lapse videos, and if any of you were if any of you were tuned in yesterday, I was talking about this, about using open source software to hack Canon cameras for using as time-lapse cameras. So what I'll do actually, I'll start off by showing, this is an access space. Now I wonder if you can see that, if you can see that in any sort of meaningful way at all. Oh, that's not bad, that's not bad. This is a video I made in 2010 for, can you pass me that box please? Is that sound? Oh, let me just check this out. What we're attempting to do here is just do a very clunky transfer of the video via a webcam. All this technology in the room, but we can't actually show you the videos directly from there. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of approximate. That's not too bad. Let me just check the sounds on here, because just like the rest of Access Space, I'm using something actually pretty old here. So let's just, and the built-in audio doesn't work anymore. So let's just see if this is actually going to work at all. Anyway, this is something, in fact, this was another 24-hour thing. I've completely forgotten about that. How appropriate. This was the 24-hour DIY Shakespeare that was run by, I forget actually, but the credits are on it, so you'll find out. The guy who led it is Matt Black, who's a poet who's based here in Sheffield. And he's also currently the Poet Laureate of Derbyshire. And this is, what you're seeing here is shot entirely on just little kind of semi-obsolete domestic cameras, and the time-lapse stuff was captured using small Canon PowerShot cameras that have been hacked with the CHDK software. This is not software I've written. I just use it, but it's basically it's additional software that can be added to. You can install it on the cards, on the memory cards, and then it'll add extra facilities. It does all kinds of things actually, but I almost only use it for a time lapse. So let's just see if we're going to get anything. Like I said, this was another 24-hour marathon event back in 2010. This was it was to promote children's literacy in Sheffield. Uh-oh. I'll tell you what, I'll just pause it for a second, let it load. Like I said, what you're seeing here is a mixture of time-lapse video, and then there's also some live video. It was just shot on a tiny domestic compact camera. And if this works okay, we might show you something else that's shot on the same camera. And the music, I've forgotten actually. Is written by Matt Howden, who's a bit of a superstar in Sheffield. In fact, he's a bit of a superstar all over the world. And he plays under the name of Zeben. He's on Twitter if you want to have a look at his stuff under the @MightyZeben. Yeah, so it's loading pretty slowly here.
So yes, idle shape.
So I'm going to start playing this, but it's loaded very slowly, so it might stop, but we'll give you an idea anyway. it's all very well using old technology, but that's running at about 2 or 3 frames a second when it's actually 25 frames a second. Uh, if you want to have a look at some of this stuff, I'm going to attempt to show some of the access-based ones as well. You can have a look. They're either available through the access-based site, which is access-space.org, or alternatively, you can look me up on Vimeo, and I'm just Richard Bolam, all one word. That's my username. So if you Google me, you should find me quite easily. But there are a number of videos that I've made at Access Space, which I'll show some more of those. If you do look at any of my stuff, what you'll see is I've done quite a lot of time lapse, and almost all of it has been done with using CHDK, which, as I was saying earlier, is it's open source software. And it's completely free to use. And if you want to look that up, it's at wikia.chdk.com, I think it is. If I'll get their website up, so at least you can have a look at that. I think it's .com. Yeah, the wireless in here seems very slow at the moment. Well, it seems to have moved, so let's just find out where they've gone to. Sorry, my mistake. It's chdk.wikia.com, not the other way around. Yeah, anyway, like I say, the problem with using old technology, this is a really old MacBook. In fact, it's the original MacBook. It's still running at, it's still loading it, and it's only running very slowly. Okay, pause that again there. This was quite an interesting challenge because there was no power. This was, as you can probably tell, was in the middle of Sheffield, and there's no power available to us. So the time lapse was all shot using battery-powered cameras, and a couple in the front of a tent, and one was up a tree. And the other one was up a signpost. But we'll see if we can find you one of the access space ones. There's a really good one of it just shows the sort of level of engagement with the volunteers and how many people are involved. And this once I found this. Oh, here we go. This is the one. Now without a pizza. Time-lapse video of the this is it. No, time-lapse video of Access Space Mega Recycle Midweek, and this is March 2011. It's a version 2 because I added the extra pizza in the middle there. And this, no doubt this will run fairly slowly as well. But what you'll see here is again, this is all shot with CHDK, and what you'll see here is a lot of the volunteers taking. There's 2 days, kind of an intensive sort of recycling session, taking a lot of old PCs and then ripping out all the good bits from them and recycling the bits that couldn't be used here. So let's see if, Yeah, again, we've got bandwidth issues here. The music, by the way, is written by Lawrence Alexander, who was here earlier. Um, I've used several pieces of his music uh, for various videos. And it's a bit of a shame he's not a bit more prolific, because I'd like realise to use more of it. But he hasn't written all that much. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to let that load for a second. I'll just talk about CHGK a little bit, because I've used it a lot over the years, and I have no connection with the people who've written it, and nothing to do with the development of it. But it can be used to all kinds of things, add all kinds of additional features to Canon PowerShot cameras. Now, if you're thinking of using it, you do have to be careful, because it's quite fiddly to install, and you have to get the right build of it for each camera. It's very specific. And also, not all of the Canon cameras work with it, but their website is really excellent, and it tells you very specifically which ones do and which ones don't, and also exactly how to do it, which facilities are available on different cameras. It's a bit of a dark art, because a lot of the Canon PowerShot cameras look the same, actually, look pretty much identical, but they're not necessarily identical inside. So anybody using those cameras and interested in doing that, you can see on their wiki here, there's a huge long list of the cameras that are supported, but do be very careful before you buy any. I bought quite a few off eBay. You can get them very cheaply, but I've also foolishly bought the wrong ones on occasion, because I didn't check the list properly. So let's just see if this video's loaded now. All right, I'm going to attempt to play this again, because it's almost loaded now. It's certainly running slow, but it's dropping frames. But the good thing about this is it'll give you an idea about the number of people who are involved in this kind of thing. There's a lot of volunteer activity here, and a lot of people give a lot of time. Like I say, because we couldn't stream this via the Hangout, I'm just pointing the camera at the screen, which is kind of satisfyingly low tech. But anyway, it looks better than I thought it would. So here we go. I'll attempt to play the whole thing now. Yeah, and that's me there. I always end up with a shot like that in all the videos. It's the thing with time, you do tend to get caught on camera quite a lot. So that's me, and that's in the background there you can see Martin, who used to work here, and he was here earlier doing. He was doing the what was it he was doing? Martin, the.
Well, you've got an laptop, he's got a way of, I don't know, making music out of tweets.
Yeah, it was a sort of tweet to music thing he was doing. So let's There are actually got several more of these, so let's see if we find any more of them to give you an idea about the kind of behind the scenes stuff that goes on here. Um, Actually, I'll show you this one. This is not actually. Well, let me think. Now look at the. Let's go for the. You may or may not be aware, but every year, for how many years is it now? Anybody? The 20 by 20 exhibition.
10, I think.
Right, okay. This. Oh, here we go. Yeah, what I'm going to show you now is one or two again time-lapse videos that I made that were around the 20 by 20, which I've only entered a few times, but it's been running for 10 years now, which is every year Access Space puts out an open call for works of art to be shown here in the space, and I'll show you some of those soon, that are the brief is any medium and any subject as long as it's 20 inches square. And so as long as what you submit isn't considered to be offensive, anything goes, basically. And what I'm going to show you now is, again, this is shot with CHDK, which is the open source software. And this is my own a documentary of a series of failures. This is called the time-lapse disaster movie. How hard can it be? This is. I'll just let it load before I try and play it back. What you're seeing here is in the flat that I used to live in. This is. I thought it'd be really clever. I thought it'd be a really, really brilliant idea to document every process I've been making my 20 by 20 that particular year. Unfortunately, I managed to document abject failure in the process, which was not the idea, really. It was supposed to be an illustration of triumph. But in the end, I decided to edit it as it was. And so what you're seeing here is me attempt. I thought it'd be a brilliant idea to make a digital artwork that was then painted, because it's a hilarious joke, isn't it? Everybody knows that. So I attempted to I designed an image and then attempted to actually paint it. Anyway, it turns out I'm not a painter, and it's a bit of a failure. So what you can see here is, oh, and even more brilliant idea of making it glow in the dark. So it would be you wouldn't the white bits of it you wouldn't be able to see until it was dark, and then it would glow in the dark. Anyway, it turns out it just didn't work. Basically, it just didn't work. Great idea, terrible realization. But what you see here in the video, again, this is loading very slowly, is my attempts to create this work of art. And you'll see in the end, a third time, it took my third attempt. But it was a bit of a dilemma because what are you going to do if, having gone to, taken several days to document the entire process, do I then want to reveal what a failure I am? Anyway, it's a story of triumph over failure. So I'll attempt to play this, but it's probably going to stop halfway through, so we'll see.
Show this prehistoric bitch how we do things downtown.
Oh, well, okay, yes, we didn't get very far with that, but what you can see, what I'm doing there is, you see here, I'm setting up these little cameras to give myself a multiple shot view of the action. And this video is interesting in that because I literally document paint drying, and so this is what it looks like when paint dries. Now, one of the reasons that it's one of the very compelling reasons for using CHDK is because you can run it on very cheap cameras, and although they may be no good for live video, they're very good for stills. So if you're doing something like time lapse, it's actually a very it's a very cheap way of being able to shoot on multiple cameras. Now, what I'm shooting here, I'm shooting, I think, on 4 cameras simultaneously. And as you can see, if you see that on the screen, they're very small as well. So it's still taking forever to load this, but I'll just show you a little bit of it, and you'll get the idea. Here we are, paint drying. Yeah, that's a joke you can make once, really, isn't it? You know, I've done other things where I've involved paint, but once you've made a video of paint drying once, it just isn't funny after that. But what if I attempt to load a bit later on? You can see. If I think I'll give up on it. I'll see if it's going to load, but I'll see if I can find you another one that shows the exhibition here at Access Space. Yeah, we had. Yeah, so here we go. Right, I'll just get this. Oh, that's one of the teasers that I made for it. More videos by Richard Bowen. He's made loads of them. Yeah. So just trying to find the one from last year, which was, here we go. Access Space, there we go, this is the one. What's good about this one is it really shows you how many people come down here. It's a really successful exhibition. A lot of people entered. I hope you can see that okay. And what this is a video of the installation and the opening of it as the opening night. And there's me. Yeah, we really need a bit more bandwidth in here. Let's see if we can play a bit more of this one.
You're streaming by Wi-Fi,
yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to try and increase the bandwidth. Oh, hello. Calm down. We're going to try and just increase the speed here, but I'm going to switch the Wi-Fi off and get onto a wired connection here. Yes, low tech, eh? Try refreshing that. Oh, hello. Seems to have lost something here. Oh, sorry. going to try a different browser here. No, no, not connected here. I've got no connection. No. Oh, not on that one. Okay, I'll go back to the Wi-Fi. Pardon?
Since you pulled that wire, it went up, didn't it, on screen?
Okay, let's try that again. Okay. It's, okay. Well, Chrome seems to be a little bit quicker here, so let's use that instead. Yeah, you probably gathered I'm filling here because we've with a few problems earlier. We lost one of our slots, so we're just doing a bit of random filling here. This yeah, well. Yeah, I was trying what I'm going to do is I'm going to try YouTube instead because I've got stuff everywhere. I don't know whether it's me or Vimeo seems to be taking forever to load these. So let's try that again. It's going to be worth it if there's anybody still out there. Oh yeah, we our indications here that we have 4 viewers, so just stick with it. Stick with it. If you'd like to tweet us and let us know where you are, that'd be good. Which bit of the world you're in, because it's still the middle of the night here. It's coming up to 10 to 5 here in Sheffield. Yeah. Oh.
So we've got Mike Hodnick on at 5, from 5 till 6.
Oh yeah. So if you just stay with another 10 minutes, we've actually got some a little better prepared stuff than it doesn't even seem to want to find myself at all on YouTube. So what we've got 10 minutes, which I'm just going to try and find.
You can do that after at 6, James. I think it's probably a good idea. Because we have a finale hour.
Oh yes, yes. What? Oh, I seem to have gone to eBay. That's really good. I don't know how I managed to get there from here. Maybe it's just the time of day, but I think don't. My search skills seem to have betrayed me. Well, I've been home for a sleep, as you know. Right, let's try this again. Oh, sod that. It's just not. It just seems to have got no bandwidth here at all. Uh, which one was I trying to play earlier? What did I get to? Oh yeah, the it's 20. It was 2013, wasn't it? Let's see if that'll find us out. Why does that not find it? Okay. Okay, let's attempt one last time, I think. And just down here, we'll find this is the video I was trying to play earlier, which shows me and several other volunteers installing the show. This is the open call. There are about 60 artists featured in this. And like I said earlier, this is Access Space run this every year. Well, they do now for 10 years. And there's currently a new call out, which everybody's eligible to enter for. And what's the closing date? The closing date, which is 3rd of September, and the show is on from the 5th of September until the end of October. So if you'd like to be part of that, you just have to remember that you can do anything you like, as long as it's wall mountable and 20 inches square. So we get a bit more. A little bit of this. Yeah, we're running out of losing bandwidth here again. I seem to feature very prominently in this video, although I didn't actually do anywhere near as much as it seems. It's just that what I did was all on camera. I helped to hang the show, but a lot of other people involved. In fact, I'm going to hand over to Jake for it. Well, see if we can get the rest of this to load, and he maybe wants to say a little bit about a little bit more about 20 by 20.
Yeah, well, 20 by 20 is a kind of level playing field for artists, non-artists, and emerging artists, maybe people who've never had anything displayed in public before. I never had anything in a public exhibition. It's kind of like a way of getting everybody to submit work, and everybody, everybody from every section of the community in Sheffield to have work in the same show. And it's been very, very successful. Last year, 2013, we had 70 different artists, and it was massive diversity of work. And surprisingly, last year we had more painters and pencil drawings, paintings and pencil drawings than ever before. So it's kind of developing in its own way, which is kind of nice. And if you can see there, there's I'm just going to point on the webcam here. This one here, for instance, the guy who created that doesn't consider himself to be an artist at all. He considers himself to be a kind of technologist. He's really interested in electronics. So it's about having an idea, and just an idea which you can put down on a 20-inch by 20-inch board and bring it to us. And this one here, you can see that's by a local artist called Patrick Amber. It's called Litterbugs. You can't see it very well. Litterbugs is a pun on the name that they call people who drop litter, but these are actually insects made from bits of rubbish that the artist found in the road. So yeah, so 20 by 20, we'll have it up on our website. There's a call on our website at the moment. We're going to go over now. I'm going to try and get hold of Mike Hodnick, who's going to be playing for us for the, from 5 o'clock. So bear with us while we try and get Mike. Hello, Mike. Can you hear us? Hello. 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 That was a storming using Tidal, live coding, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mike. That was great. We're down to our last hour of this marathon Digithon, and I'd like to say thank you to all the performers, all the artists who've been involved. It's been absolutely fantastic, and thank you to everybody who's donated via PayPal or in Access Space. It's been great, really fantastic. And so we're going to end with a few things about Access Space. Richard Boland's back, and he's going to be showing these videos. We've actually got a selection here, which we're going to show, which gives you some sort of idea of kind of the scope that Access Space has. And so I'll hand you over to Richard.
Hello, thank you, Jake. If anybody was watching earlier when we were desperately filling, I'm going to attempt to actually show some of the videos that we were talking about earlier. It's am I still on here? Yeah. Okay. So well, that's so we need a camera. We need that camera.
Need that camera.
So we're going to attempt to do what we attempted to do earlier, which is to show some of these videos, because you can't actually stream them via Google Hangouts. So we're just going to have to capture them straight off the screen here, which is really, really low tech, but you know. Yeah. Sorry, it's hacking. It's not. It's not as random as it seems. It's in the spirit. It's in the spirit of. So what I'm attempting to do here is to actually. Well, it's on the screen. This is going to work. It's going to work, I'm sure. So what I've done this time though is I preloaded the video, so hopefully. We won't have any problems with not yet. So anyway, what I'm going to try to do now, I'm going to attempt to show you what I was talking about earlier. This is just to recap in a slightly clearer version about the 20 by 20 show. Here's a video I was attempting to show earlier, which is of me completely failing to be a painter. A couple of years ago for the 20 by 20. So there we go. That's it's almost showing it. So anyway, is the sound on, Jake? So we've got. So hopefully this will work now. Oh, well, although it appears to be reloading again, even though I've preloaded it.
Let's show this prehistoric bitch how we do things downtown.
Describe in single words. Only the good things that come into your mind.
Just a moment. I'm afraid I can't do that. My mind is color. My mind is color. My mind is color. My mind is color. I can feel it. I feel much better now.
Okay, welcome back. That's a video I made, a time-lapse video. I'll just recap quickly about the 20 by 20, which is a show that's been run for 10 years now at Access Space, and it's an open call for works of art, and you can do anything you like, any medium, any subject, as long as it's 20 inches square and is wall mounted. So if you want to submit this year, the closing date is the 3rd of September, and the exhibition runs from the 5th of September until the end of October. So so that's that. And what I'm also shooting out is one or two other documentary videos I made of various things that have happened here at Access Space. So if you were tuned in earlier if you saw X name, aka Eleonora, I forgot her second name, Aridia. She was doing something. I couldn't really see what was going on very well, but here we can see her doing a performance here in Access Space, and this was, I can't remember what this was, where she's doing a live performance, improvising with bits of junk that she'd found, and she did a residency here. When was that, Jake? Was that 2 years ago? 2 years ago. So this is a bit of documentary that I shot of her kind of residency finale performance. Yeah, very short, sweet. So what else have we got here? I'm going to show you bit of oh yeah, I'll show you a bit of the Sonic Event 1, which was when was this, Jay? Was this 4 years ago? 5 years ago? So, Sonic Event 1. It's Monica and Monica Dutter and David Much. This was one of the. Has it just been 2 Sonic events? Oh, hello. What happened there? Okay. First of 2. We're not going to show the second one because it's kind of reminiscent of stuff you've seen already, and Alex McLean's on there, who you've seen already. So I'm just going to show this. This just gives it's just a very short, which gives you an idea of some of the kind of events that have been here. Okay, short and sweet. What I'm going to show you now actually is a time-lapse video that I shot and edited of Open Platform 1. Now, Open Platform is a series of events, an ongoing series of events that's organised by Suzanne Palzer. Now, you will have seen her, if you've been around at midnight, you'll have seen her broadcasting from Germany. She's based in Sheffield normally, and this is the first of, I think, is this 4 or 5 open platforms so far? 5. So this is number 1, and it's a performance event. What you'll see here is this is a time-lapse video of the performance. Oh, you see me on there again, and very soon I'm going to stop showing videos of me, and we're going to talk about somebody else for a bit. But in the meantime, all you also see on here is Susanna and James Price, who you will have seen. He was doing the thing last night at 6:30 about the pixelation. I've also got Liz and David McNabb here, who you'll see him assaulting us with bits of junk. Okay, anyway, here's a very brief sort of documentary video of that event. Yeah, and that's another time-lapse video that was recorded using CHDK. Also on there, I forgot to mention, there's John Mosley, who you will have seen yesterday afternoon with his street band doing The Space is the Place, I think it was, wasn't? And that was a bizarre experience. Also on there, you will have seen Sunshine Gray, who we lost this year, but it's nice to see her on that. So I'm just going to show one more video, and then James Wallbank is going to join me. We're going to talk about a few things that are ongoing. This again is just very short. This is something that Alex McLean organised. Alex and Jake have organised this event, and here's something that Alex did. I think this is 2 years ago. This is a placard festival, which you might have heard of before, which is a headphone festival. So I think if you don't bring headphones, you don't hear anything. So this is just a really short video, just showing some of the people who are here. Oh, actually, I've got another one to show, which will show you the one I attempted to show earlier, of the hanging and the opening of the 20 by 20. So anyway, this is placard. Okay, we seem to have lost our bandwidth again momentarily, but I'll see if I can get this, the one of 20 by 20. This seems to be a little more responsive. So let's just try and play this one. And then I think we'll move on. Okay, that was 20 by 20, 2013. You might have noticed that there was a little technical hiccup there with the camera. That's because I knocked the cardboard box that the camera is actually standing on. If anybody's listening from Google, just to let you know, it'd be really convenient if we could stream our videos from YouTube in future. So I'll leave that with you, and please sort that out, and I wouldn't have to do this in future. Anyway, I think that's the reason why I wanted to show that was it's just a really good example of how many people involved in activities here, and although I seem to feature quite prominently in it, I am just one of many people who contribute to events like that, and and we have a lot of volunteers here that give their time all the time. Anyway, I think that's enough of that. What we're going to do now is we're going to move on and talk I'm going to be talking in conversation a little bit with James Wallbank, and we're going to talk about one or two projects that are coming up. So if you just hang on to your stomachs for a minute, because the camera's going to move. Thank you. James, are you ready for your close-up, Mr. DeMille? Right. Okay. I've. Oh yeah. Oh, here I am. Yeah, it's like the real thing. I look like yeah, yeah. Directors tell him what to do here. Okay. There we go. All right. Are we still one? You're picking us up. It sounds very low. Okay. So we're going to talk about a project now that I'm going to kind of play dumb.
Great.
Not because I am particularly dumb. It's just that I don't know anything about it. So so.
And you're disappearing as well.
Right.
No, sure.
So
I'll tell you what. There's
James.
a whole. Well, I'll tell you what. Not only do I want to talk about our fantastic APC workshop, I'm realizing that we've got like 40 minutes left out of 24 hours. And there's about 3 million things that we haven't told people about.
Okay, well,
I just made an emergency list of stuff people need to know.
I
right?
can see 5 items on that list. So
5 items.
So basically, you've got 8 minutes per item. Okay.
It should be enough.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
would have thought,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
Plus some thank yous, so maybe.
Right. Okay. Well, you know, okay. 3 minutes per item. Okay. Number 1. Okay. What's coming up next at Access Space?
What is that? Do you want to show it to the camera? Because
what you mean?
Do you want to hold it up a bit higher? Because
it's beautiful. I mean, just look at that. Kind of anonymous box. So you know, that's kind of what you want. It's got a red button. I mean, what could be better?
It actually says Sanderson on it.
It does. It's a Sanderson system and PC system. That's the A/B method.
No. Oh right. Okay. That has nothing to do with.
Do you want me to press the button and go to mode B?
Just a minute. Hold on there, horse. What am I actually looking at here?
Okay, well, basically, next week we're going to be running a workshop. It's the Atari Punk Console workshop,
right.
in collaboration with our good friends at Site Gallery, and I thought to myself, well, you know what? I'd better actually know how to run this workshop before we do it. Now.
Yes.
I have built these things before, admittedly, but in the past. So
okay,
I did a test run today.
Before we go any further, can you just tell me what you mean by Atari Punk Console?
Okay, this is an Atari Punk Console. Okay, it's in technical terms, it's a 555 oscillator-based synthesizer. Okay, it's a stepped tone generator that generates square waves.
So using the term Atari because it references those kind of sounds that we used to hear on it reproduces the kind of sounds that we're familiar from the old 8-bit games.
That's exactly right. This is kind of the way that this particular thing has been christened. It actually it was originally a Forrest Mims design from sometime in the 1960s. So it's
Forrest Mims, what a great name that is.
Yeah, a name to conjure with, indeed.
Yeah, those are familiar with electronics because the 555 timer is probably the most famous integrated circuit in the world.
In fact, it's probably the only famous integrated circuit in the world, other than the LM386, of course.
Oh yeah, those guys, yeah. I love those, yeah. So,
well, in fact, I think my conclusions from this experimental build during the Digithon have told me that actually I think we're going to involve an LM386 as well.
Wow.
Right.
So is that the special edition then?
Right,
Anyway,
it's going to be extended.
well, let's move on. What are you? This makes a sound then, doesn't it? This makes noise.
Look,
Well, I think we need, before we go any further, and we'll talk about what's going to happen at Site Gallery in a minute. I think we need a demonstration because those people, not everyone in the world knows what an LM386 is or IC555.
well, this actually, I don't know, I'm going to press a button now, but you know, I mean, it is actually good for dogs because it can be inaudible.
Oh, that's audible. That's audible.
Yeah, that's quite good. But
yeah. Oh, it sounds a bit like a razor. It sounds like a beard trimmer. Oh, it's going. It's stratospheric now. Oh, oh. So, I think we get the picture about the. Oh yeah. Okay.
we've only started.
we have the time. We have the time for a performance. Can you just don't take it away? Can you just explain to me what the knobs and buttons do? Because for those people who are not familiar with the old square wave sound, we've demonstrated that. Can you tell me? Because what I can see here,
look,
I'll just show that.
It's as simple as that.
To the viewers, we've got a speaker here where the sound is coming from. There are two knobs. And there's
the big red button.
There's a big, well, it's actually a very small red button actually, but
it's an AB. Sanderson system
it's an AB.
red button.
Is that a push on, push off?
No. It's what you might call a dead man switch.
Okay.
It's like if I actually pass out from the square waves of the machine, then then it will actually become safe.
Right. Okay. Well, I think we've given everyone an idea about what we want to do. Just tell us about what's going to happen at Site Gallery then.
Well,
what's
essentially,
in the workshop?
We've got a workshop. I think there are still maybe 2 places left, so you know you've got a chance to.
Just remind me when
it's next Saturday.
Saturday.
Okay, yeah. And what will be able to happen is you can come along and you too can build one of these fantastic Atari Punk consoles, and we're going to have a performance at the end of the day.
Excellent. And will those people be able to take this away with them?
Oh, absolutely. And how
much does the workshop cost then?
It's a mere £45, which I think is a bargain for a day's worth of action learning and
your
creativity.
Own, Atari Punk consoles to take
absolutely.
Away. And are you giving the workshop?
I'm going to be running it with Crazy Legs Nick Collier.
Crazy Legs Nick. Oh,
indeed.
Oh, yeah. Nick Collier, of course, is very famous. For those of you who've been living on Mars, Nick Collier used to be in Pink Grease, a very very famous band, a notorious band from around here, and he is. It's the I forget now. Is it the Crazy World of?
No. He does actually run Nick's World of Synthesizers.
Nick's World of Synthesizers. I've got a website for that because
it's nicksworldofsynthesizers.com.
Oh, excellent! Oh, that's handy, isn't it? Yeah. I've met Nick and I've seen some of his synthesizers, and he's the Wilf Lunn of synthesizers.
It has to be said. I mean, whereas you know. Maybe an amplified Atari Punk console. It's like the sort of, that's really the kind of the limit of my kind of synthesis knowledge. His is, well, to say limitless.
He's Dr. Synthesizer, isn't he?
It's really quite frightening.
Yeah.
So he's a great guy to be running the workshop with me. So I'll be able to amuse people with my ignorance, and he will be able to boggle people with his expertise.
That sounds like a good double act. That. So yes,
it's the normal one that happens.
Anyway, this is next Saturday, the 26th of
absolutely
July at Site Gallery. And what time does it start?
10 o'clock. But you will need to book. So
10 o'clock until
get on the website.
Until
it'll be on till I think 4. We're going to have the performance. 5 o'clock. We're going to run away.
You'll be building an Atari Punk console. The day is £45, and you get to take away your own console.
What could be better?
And you have the the inestimable privilege
Easy
of
for you
working
to
with
say.
both James Wallbank here, who runs Access Space, and the amazing Nick Collier. And if you've never heard of Nick before, you really must have a look at his website and his synthesizers. Okay. Have I successfully ticked all the boxes there?
You've successfully ticked all the boxes. I am striking the APC workshop from the list.
Okay, so that's one out of our 5 items to cover.
Well, look, let's talk about 20 by 20.
Well, oh yeah,
it's easy, it's simple.
I've already talked about it a little bit, but yeah, if there's anything I've missed, look, let's cover that now.
It's dead simple, right? It's a participatory exhibition.
Yep.
That means you can take part. Okay?
I see you holding something there.
I am holding that.
What on earth is that? How big is that?
That is a board. It's 20 by 20. 20 inches by 20 inches.
Oh, okay? Right, okay.
That is the rule. It's that simple, okay? The artwork that you send us or the artwork that you bring us must be 20 inches by 20 inches, not 19 by 21. Okay, not up to 20. No. It's got to be exactly 20 inches by 20 inches. We'll give you a couple of millimeters, but that's your lot, okay? That standardized size makes for a fantastic show, right? Every year,
as we've already seen on the video there.
Every year, it's been
like
really
looking at the Royal
successful.
Academy.
We want this one, this September, to be as successful as it possibly can be. So therefore, we need you to get your completed artworks to us by, I think it's the
3rd of September. We've
3rd of September.
Already covered this with Jake, and
great stuff.
The show opens. I haven't finished yet. The show opens on the 5th of September and goes on till the end of October. But how much does it cost to enter?
The answer is nothing if you make your own board. But if you'd like to buy a fantastic board from us that isn't just thin like this, but is actually mounted up with beautiful timber.
Like a box board, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's got some substance to it. £3.75. One can be yours. They're very expertly made and wonderful.
Okay.
Inspirational, in fact.
Inspirational. Right. Okay. Well, I think we've covered 20 by 20.
I might be forced to strike that from the list as well.
Yeah. It's unless Jake's got anything to add to that, I think we're done with that.
Yeah.
So do you want to strike that from your list, and we'll move on?
Very well.
I think that's 2 out of 5.
I think we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I think this is really good. Okay. We can all go to bed soon. Well, I've got to point out.
Time for breakfast.
I must point out here that I've actually had 3 hours sleep, unlike. Has anyone else been sleeping here?
No.
This lot.
It's just like it's no problem. I mean, obviously, the Digithon is all about raising money for Access Space. It's a very, very difficult situation in terms of resourcing for an organisation like this that isn't going to tell funders exactly what we're going to produce. What we tell people is we are providing a space and possibility.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I'd like to talk about is the possibilities that will happen.
Possibilities. Just a minute. Do we have to tick some more boxes before? Was that a summing up kind of possibility?
No, maybe. But
let's make sure we tick our boxes first.
All right.
And then we've got some. We can sum up, and we also need to say a few thank yous to people who've been involved.
That's for sure.
So let's go.
Do you want to go with that one?
Yeah.
Do you want to go with Learn, Create, Sell? Okay. Look. Over the last couple of years, Access Space has invested in a fab lab. So we've got a laser cutter, a CNC machine, 3D printer.
Do you want to just be a little bit more specific about? I think a lot of people know what laser cutters are. They're machines that cut things with lasers. But what's a CNC machine?
CNC it's an old 70s term. It means computer numerically controlled. The type we have is a CNC router, which essentially enables us to cut things that are a lot more substantial than you can cut with a laser. So you can get a 1.2 meter square piece of wood onto the bed, which means that you can create furniture-sized objects.
Oh, right. So yes, and you can also
furniture.
You can also carve into the surface, can't you? It's not just cutting shapes. And what other machines have we got?
Well, we've got a micro mill, a vinyl cutter, What else we got? Oh,
I-
digital embroidery machine. That's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
I mean, with that digital embroidery machine, you can do literally weeks of work in hours. It's quite extraordinary, and I think there's huge potential for it.
Okay. I think we
Anyway.
know that embroidery. We know what that is, and vinyl cutting.
Yeah.
That's for the kind of things you apply to windows, isn't it? That sort of thing.
Well, the point is that, for one thing, you don't want to cut vinyl with a laser. It tends to develop chlorine gas.
Which is a bad thing.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
we're not so worried about our participants' lungs. We're much more worried about the electronics inside the laser.
You do realize we just broadcast that.
Well, I mean, subject to insurance.
Just, let me clarify. I'm very concerned about other people's lungs. James may not be.
But nonetheless, it's like the point is, with a vinyl cutter, you can both successfully cut these kind of adhesive shapes and what have you, but also you can make sure that the background, so your kind of peel off sheets, don't get cut through. That's a really good thing. So yeah, you go.
So and just to clarify, what is the mini mill?
Basically, it's very much like our CNC machine, except the size of a matchbox.
Oh, right, okay.
And what that enables you to do is to kind of carve all sorts of micro-sized things, maybe jewelry, maybe electronic components or electrical circuits.
Okay, so just to finish off on that, on the Fab Lab, which is short for
Fabrication Laboratory.
Yeah. Can you just give us a quick list of the kinds of uses that it's been used to, the kind of people who made stuff in the Fab Lab?
Well, I mean, that's actually a really good question. It's kind of coming on to my point, really, which is we've got a deal now whereby anyone can come in and start to use the machines. They pay a small membership fee. It's a Hackspace-like system. And you get to experiment with the machines, create things, and take them away. And
before we go on, what's the rate to?
Right, it's £25 a month.
£25 a month. And is that the use of all of those machines in the Fab Lab?
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
And if you
plus materials, of course.
Yeah, you've got to pay for materials, and we say reasonable use of the machines. Right. So we really don't want someone coming in and monopolizing one of the machines. Right. Okay, so we've got a little formula if people want to buy extra hours.
So it's a subscription, and and you have a booking system for
exactly.
For
at the moment we've got a booking system for the laser. That's the most heavily used machine. Yeah. Right. We'd really like other people to come and get involved as well.
Okay. So that's that.
Yeah. Now, you were asking about what some people are doing with these machines. Over the last couple of years, we've been involved in a fantastic program called Sheffield Community Network, which has been about helping to create local and social enterprises. And so one of the things we've been very interested in is, can people take the activity of making that they undertake in our Hackspace Fab Lab, and can they transition that into an actual business? And broadly speaking,
give us some specific examples of the things people have made, and then and then we'll talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is a giant example here, which is our friend Paul Beach, who
Paul from is that?
Well, he's Paul from Pomerone now. Yeah. When he walked into Access Space, he was a not entirely employed designer, and he came into us saying, well, I think I might have an idea for a box. That was actually the Pibo, which is a box for the Raspberry Pi mini computer. And
the Pibo, of course, has become almost universal, hasn't it? It's become Pomerone who make those, and a lot of other bits and bobs for Raspberry Pis are a big success, aren't they?
Well, they're a big success, and I mean, just to give you an idea of how big a success, they've shipped more than 100,000 units, and they retail at £12.95 each.
That's a good clarification. That's a success. 100,000, that's successful.
I think it is. Yeah. I believe that Pomerone now, less than 2 years later, now employ 9 people.
Yeah, that's That's a big success, isn't it?
So
let's
we don't necessarily think that everyone's going to be that successful
no,
that
no,
quickly,
but
there are other
just give us
examples
a couple
as
more
well.
examples because we're running short of time. So what I think is
Can't believe it. We've had 24 hours.
Well, it's all those other people that are involved.
Sure.
If you just give us a couple more examples so that we can
Sure.
tick off
Well,
the other 2 items on your list before we run out of time.
Well, you know, we have people who are creating craft-based items, some kind of really interesting game-related things, sort of game pieces, and I believe there's some Star Wars related things being made recently, but I don't think we should tell Lucasfilm about that. You know, there's also been architectural things. There's been experiments with things like boomerangs, some quite extraordinary aeronautics.
That was Scott Hawkins, wasn't he? Because he was first on yesterday morning. He was playing. He was improvising music with an overhead fan, wasn't he?
Yeah,
and he's made boomerangs. He's designed and made a kind of new design boomerang.
That's right, and I mean, it's actually a really extraordinary innovation because it's a boomerang that comes back when it doesn't have an aerofoil section, which is, you know, a really quite extraordinary piece of engineering.
Yeah, again, he's a very interesting guy. I'm going to cut you short there because we've got 2 more items, and I think we just need to make sure. Just to recap on the Fab Lab, it's you can become a subscription member, £25 a month, and that includes the use of all the machines during the normal opening hours of Access Space, which is 11 till 7
Tuesday to Saturday.
But you need to remember some of these machines do need booking because they're not just available.
For sure, and it's also a really good idea to get some kind of a safety induction before you start, because some of them involve spinning wheels of death.
And lasers.
Well, you know,
right.
it's but yeah, I mean, we've got so excited by the idea of enterprise incubation that we've teamed up with a local education organisation, Alfie, to run a fantastic new course. It's running over 3 months. It's called Learn, Create, Sell. And if I just tell you very briefly about the proposition, I think you'll like it.
Yes.
The idea is that people who are unemployed can qualify to come on the course. It's free. It runs over 12 weeks in which they will learn about the laser cutter. They will visit shops. They are visiting shops and seeing the sorts of items that they could potentially make. They're designing a product. And by the end of the course, their product, which they will have pitched to a whole bunch of design professionals, a development of that product will end up being sold in a real shop in Sheffield City Centre.
Okay.
So that's a real full-on, if you like, sort of you know, inception through to sales experience for people.
Yeah, and of course we've got some very good networking opportunities now because some of you will be aware we've just had the first Sheffield Design Week, and it could tie in very nicely with that business community that already exists. Let's move on.
I think we should.
Good. One other thing though is are there any web links that we need to know about Fab Lab or?
If you go to the Access Space website, we tell you all the things you need to know.
The nice, shiny new Access Space website that's just been redesigned, hasn't it?
I see. In other words, it's not quite complete yet, but hey.
and that is it's access-space.org. And so we've got 2 more items.
Yeah, we've got two more items, and they're you know, starting to get into the realms of mystery. Mystery. You know, it's like we don't know what's going to happen. On the one hand, we have some upcoming artist residencies. We've always valued artist residencies in Access Space because artists tend to bring, you know, some really kind of disruptive, off-the-wall kind of ideas into a space that where some of the people that are engaging in the space are, you know, sort of much more technically focused and maybe, you know, incredibly highly skilled, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing things that are very off the wall. And so we've got 2 artist residencies coming up before September. Is that right, Jay? September and October.
We'll talk about this in a second. Do you want to tell us about the one that's happening right now? Because you actually got an artist in unresidence.
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
that's Julia, who has got a very kind of interesting sort of piece of social research that she's doing. She's thinking about people's emotional relationship to old computers. And so one of the things that she's doing is to interview every person who comes in and gives us a computer. And that's quite a big job. And finding out kind of how they felt about giving their computer to.
This is something people don't usually talk about, how they feel about their machine.
Well, you say that.
It's mostly about technical specifications, isn't it?
Well, you say that, but a lot of people talk about how they care about their Apple Mac. Yeah, so there's some kind of really interesting emotional zone.
People, I should know.
But no, actually, I mean, it's like, I mean, for example, I at the moment I run a machine that is nearly 10 years old.
Wow.
Right.
It's a vintage laptop.
Yeah, and we do actually have some reparable laptops here, and I could upgrade for free. But you know what? I don't want to. Because I'm going to use this to absolutely the final moment. You know?
Well, I saw it was either a tweet or it was on Facebook from a friend of mine, Michael Hole, who's back in Germany now, and he was saying he hadn't upgraded anything since 2007.
That's pretty good.
It all worked.
Yeah.
And he didn't want it. So,
yeah, he's a man after my own heart.
So there's something to be said for sticking with old technology.
Yeah, I mean,
at the point it's perfect. Yeah.
But I mean, I upgrade software. You know, I'm happy to upgrade software as long as it doesn't go any slower.
That's not necessarily. Oh yeah. Well, back to our. I'll not.
Well, no. It's like every. I mean, as it happens, I could just give a plug for Debian Linux. I use Debian Linux, and I'll tell you what. Every time I upgrade, I kind of strip things out.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they give you too much.
Okay. Well, so that's Julia. Sorry, what's the second name?
Sure. What is Julia's? Kite. Is that right, Julia Kite? I really should know that.
Yeah. Anyway, she's here until.
She's here until the end of July.
Fantastic.
Exhibition of the technology that people are talking about.
Fantastic.
Okay, she's here till the end of July, and then there's going to be an exhibition about the technology. And if you've got anything that you're particularly emotionally attached to, I'm sure she'd be very interested in talking to you about it. And it's not just computers, it's not just desktop computers, it's
mobile phones,
and it's technology in fairly general sense. So it might be your mobile phone, your old Nokia mobile phone, or it might be your ancient Macintosh computer.
Sure.
Or it might be a very old knackered PC laptop.
Yeah.
That you're still running Debian Linux on.
Maybe.
So that's Julia,
sure.
who's going to be here till the end of July. So what about the two residents?
Well, basically, I have to say, if you're watching this stream now, I'm really sorry, you have lost your chance. We've already closed applications for the two residencies that are going to happen in September and October.
Yet?
Not yet.
Right.
Okay. And so that's going to be a surprise for us as well as for everyone else.
Okay.
We think that's going to be very exciting. Obviously, part of the objective here is to make sure that we can keep offering these kind of residency opportunities into the future. And so give some money and make sure that we can be offering opportunities for artists next year as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've mentioned it so far, but of course the whole point of it that we're here, when I say we, some of us have been here for 24 hours, in order to promote and raise money for Access Space. So please give. Please
absolutely.
Donate something, and have a look at the website, because there are some rather nice gifts. Just clarify. I don't know whether I missed that. When? Just give me the dates that these two residencies are going to run.
September and October this year.
September and October. Okay.
Yeah. But we'll publicize things. You know.
Okay.
And
again, it's all via the website. So.
Sure.
So, what I see there is we've covered 4 out of our 5 items.
4 out of 5.
And I see the last one has got some big question marks next to it.
It has, yes.
And I suspect this is a bit of a pitch that you're about to.
Well, it's just as simple as this. We've got our own plans about things that we want to do. They're on a small scale, what have you. But one of the things that we're really keen to do is develop relationships with organizations. We've been involved with research partnerships, with delivering enterprise incubation advice, in being involved in digital inclusion actions and educational actions. And if it sounds like your organization, if you work for, I don't know, a university or a local authority, and you think, hang on a second, we think we could work with Access Space, there's something very interesting going on here. It could be that we can give you some advice about how to develop community engagement in your particular area of expertise or your particular physical area, or it could be that you want to work with Access Space as some kind of test bed for some of your ideas or perhaps your technologies.
It's not just about technology, though, is it? I mean, technology is a focus here, but
it's a method.
You can probably see from the paintings on the walls here, not everything has to be about.
No, I mean, we're interested in technology because it's got potential for empowerment. We're interested in creativity because it's got potential for empowerment. And we're interested in the idea that people can connect with each other, can network, and can be social, because that opens up more possibilities.
This is something we talked about yesterday morning, wasn't it? About the actually the value of the social contact, which is why it's important for a place like this to remain open.
Sure. And I think it's really important to think, well, where is it? Where is it in the city that you can get people from young, middle-aged, older age groups all getting together, working together, sort of in a co-working type of situation, collaborating on projects and so on. That's extremely unusual in itself. That you can get people coming from such widely differing backgrounds in terms of level of education, sort of social background, ethnic background. You get all sorts of people coming together, and that's inherently an intelligent situation.
Yeah. Do you want to mention some of the organizations that you've already had partnerships? Because you mentioned Site Gallery, of course.
Sure.
We've got the workshop running next week. Do you want to mention some of the other organizations? In fact, maybe is this the right time to talk about the Do It Anyway as well?
I think it could be, yeah. Okay. Do you want to talk about Do It Anyway?
Well,
do you want to do it anyway?
I tell you what, if you want, just give us a list of organisations that you've already had partnership with, and then maybe mention anybody that you, I guess you've said in broad terms already, who you'd like to be. And then we'll talk about the Do It Anyway, which is a big thing coming up.
Sure. Well, I mean, locally, we've worked with the university, we've worked with Sheffield Hallam University on small projects. We'd like to work with them a lot more. Obviously, we've worked with Site Gallery. We've also worked with a whole network of digital media centres throughout the city. That's been facilitated through Sheffield City Council, who've been really helpful.
Yeah. And also, there's Hackspace. I know you've been abroad,
sure.
Various places.
Internationally, we've had significant contacts with Fab Labs in Helsinki, in Sao Paulo, and we've visited a lot of Hackspaces, as far apart as Montreal and Zagreb. So it's like we've got some very kind of well-developed international networks at the moment. We're formally, if you like, a part of the Brico Labs network, and.
So am I right in thinking that you want to create more partnerships with organisations locally, and not necessarily just Hackspaces?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think this is this is key to Access Space's kind of like growing impact. Is we need to start making really solid relationships with organizations that are different from us.
Yeah.
You know, so sure, we've got these amazing international networks with, you know, organizations like the Pixelake Network, which the Do It Anyway Festival comes out of, but that's another story. But it would be really interesting for us to start thinking about how we can relate to universities, housing associations, local authorities, perhaps health authorities.
And design, manufacturing,
For
research,
sure.
I guess.
Yeah. You're saying the buzzwords. It's all right.
Yeah,
It's
that's
good.
right. That's right. I've been here before. The thing is, if you want to tell us very briefly about, because you mentioned Pixelake.
Sure.
And
as in, ouch, my pixel hurts.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. If you want to tell us very briefly about that, and then what, and then the Do It Anyway.
Okay. Well, the Pixelake network is a network of grassroots, creative arts organizations that have got some kind of engagement with technology. And I mean, you know, our buzzword for it is a critical engagement with technology, but also a great deal of interest in community. So this is about how does technology really manifest in reality? And over the years, we've had ongoing contact with them. And it's now got to the stage where we've realized that there's a big difference between us. On the one hand, Access Space runs a continuous open program, and the rest of the Pixelake network tends to focus on an annual or biannual festival.
Right. Now,
we are interested in running a festival,
okay,
and they are interested in running ongoing programs.
Now, you've had some of these people over for a guest weekend, didn't you?
That's completely right. So we've now got the commitment of the Pixelake network to help us create an international festival all about technology and creativity, the arts. It's called Do It Anyway.
Yep.
It's happening in Sheffield. It will be in April next year. Don't be late for it.
Have you actually got dates for it then, or is it just?
I believe it'll be around the 22nd of April. Is that correct? We know that we'll hit the 22nd of April. Maybe a day or two before.
Okay, around the 22nd of April next year, and that will be here in Sheffield.
Here in Sheffield, and we'd really like to invite as many people as possible to come and take part. Why did we call
it an international dimension? Though.
Sure. We've already got at least 8 international participants confirmed.
Yeah.
And the theme of the festival is all about the kind of culture that there is here in Sheffield, which we summed up as being do it anyway.
Do it anyway.
You know?
Not just do it yourself, do it anyway.
Yeah.
Right. I think we've got, according to my watch, 4 minutes to go. I think it's time to wrap that up and maybe to bring Jake in so that
consider it wrapped.
We can say a few thank yous to the people who've been involved.
Go for it.
So thank you, James. And I'm going to hand over to Jake Harries now.
Hiya.
Who you've probably seen a bit already.
Right. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to everybody who got involved with this, and particularly to Alex McLean, who organised this with me and did the lion's share of the work, and basically pretty much ran all the technology today, and got a massive roster of people together. I want to say thanks to Richard Bolam for his technical help, and to David Palmer from DP Creative, who created our poster artwork and JPEG on the website for free. So thank you very much. So that's it. We've got 1 minute left. We promised that it was going to be from 7 a.m. yesterday morning to 6:59 on Sunday, and we've got about 1 minute left. It's been a really interesting experience. We've raised quite a lot of money. We've had a lot of great music and performances, and let's hope we can do another one of these. It's been really good fun. extremely tiring. And I just want to say thank you. Can we all just applaud everybody out there who got involved, either performing or watching or tweeting? And there's so many people who've done loads of social networking for us.
And thanks a lot to you, Jake. Have to say that the whole idea for this came from Jake, so nice one to you as well. Okay.
And we're about to go. So cheers, bye.